Yes. We complete with the technical glitch. So we are back and we have removed the I-band of Mahavirija. Completed with the technical glitch. We are back and we've removed the I-band of Mahavirija as the authenticity of the power has dropped. So now we'll again be restarting the power of third eye. So you can see in front is a complete opaque sheet and behind is a thick sponge with 2 holes where the eyes can comfortably sit, and that there's a comfortable strap for you to strap the eye-band around the head comfortably. So this is the eye-band, it is same as before, and we are placing it on Mahavirija's eyes right in front of you. So you can see. Okay. Okay. Yes. So, Maharija, are you comfortable?
Yes.
Yes. So, I request all of you to start posting your comments as Maharija is comfortable and her eyes are completely tied from all sides. So, I request all of you to start posting your comments in the Kailasa's SPH Nityananda YouTube channel.
Yes. So the latest comment, which is posted in Kailasa's SPH YouTube channel. The before comment is posted by K. Karti, has posted Jai Parhama Shiva. This is
Yes. Yes. We're completing for the technical glitch. We will be reading, due to a few technical glitches, we'll be reading from the Kailasa's SPH Nityananda Facebook page. So I request all of you to start posting your comments in the Kailasa's SPH Nityananda Facebook page.
Yes, so the latest comment, this is posted by Narendra Mante, he has posted emoji saying good. So it goes like this actually. It goes like that. Yeah. And after that, he has posted a thumbs up emoji like that. And he has posted a hand holding a rose like that. And yeah, that's the latest. And Rajendran Sharma has posted Swami, please bless me and full stop.
Yes, that was amazing. So Mahavirja was able to read all the stickers and emojis accurately and was able to see with her eyes blindfolded. Yes, all of you can continue posting on the Kailasa's SPH Facebook page.
My Shanti Bus has posted a blue color hand holding a pink lotus like that. Beautiful. And Kalyani Ayyanar has posted Om Nityanda Karmishoham and Om emoji Namaskar emoji. Etta Gunta Naga. I request the comments to be increased. Okay, Etta Gunta Naga Bhushanam has posted. Give me one flat house in Nellore. A space P, one car, please help me. Sure, Riya, you can post this question to Devi PARASHAKTI and she will bless you and you will manifest what you want, Riya.
Yes, that was a beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye performed by Mahavirja. So I'll be removing the eye band now. So you can see how it is completely intact and how she was able to manifest the power of third eye with her eyes blindfolded. So please stay tuned. We'll be moving on to the next power, the power of body scanning. So we'll be now seeing the Shastra Pramana, the Atma Pramana, the Apta Pramana, and the Sakshi Pramana for the power of body scanning. And the power of body scanning is where one unlocks the ability to be able to scan and see illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, anything, any problem that a person is facing. The Balasant Nityananda Yogi will be able to scan and reveal those and will also be able to reveal a solution from the third eye.
And not just that, third eye also reveals and tells you the quickest and simplest way you can get rid of your illnesses as fast as you can.
And most importantly, the third eye, when it scans your body, it reveals the root cause of the problem. Why the problem started? Why is the problem even existing in your body in the first place? That is what third eye scans and reveals. And based on that, the third eye gives a solution. So the power of third eye, the power of body scanning is very unique as it will be able to reveal the root cause, and even if there are many cases where the person is not able to relate with the scanning, and that is because the third eye revealed the root cause and he was not able to relate to it, because our body is really mysterious, and even a stomach pain, leg pain, anything can be related to some childhood incompletion or any incompletions we are holding from the past.
And also, like, why the third eye shows any certain problems in your body, even though, for example, you may have cancer, but once the third eye reading is done on you, once the body scan is done on you, and third eye reveals that you have a headache, and why not cancer, which is really a major problem. That means that cancer is actually not a problem. It means that the problem is actually only real at all. Like, it's Parameshwar's eye which is scanning you, and nothing can hit him from his eye. So even though you have a cancer and the third eye is not revealed, it means that you don't have the problem at all. It's just a psychological thing which you need to complete.
It's just a cognition or some incompletion which you need to complete. The Nityananda Yogi starts scanning and starts revealing the problems. Immediately the healing starts. Immediately Parameshiva starts healing your body, and you will be completely healed by the problem, from the problem just with a scanning from the third eye. Now, let us see the Shastra Pramana for the power of body scanning, which comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshma tarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyattvante vyajate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of the whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously exists of the essential reality and the source cause Paramashiva. They are being absorbed in the source cause Paramashiva. And by the experience of such restful awareness of the power of third eye, one supreme power manifestation happens. Let us now see the Apta Pramana.
So the Apta Pramana is taken from the very own life of Agastya and also his disciple Theravada. So one day, a person came to Agastya for a body scan. The root cause for the suffering which he is going through is a cause of the headache. He reveals that there's a small theory at top of the frog which is sitting in the person's brain. And Agastya immediately instructs his disciple Theravada to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog from the person's head. And after the surgery is completed successfully, the person got healed from the headache, and thus the disciple gained the name Theravada. Now, the Atma Pramana, where
Swamiji beautifully shares in his own words on the 22nd of December 2019. Only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected a heavy metal quantity in different organs of mine, and it was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. And through the body scanning, I found out what the problems and imbalances had happened and where the balance had to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion just to verify my findings.
And the Sakshi Pramana, various disciples across the globe have experienced it and manifested this science of the power of body scanning. Now let's all get ready to witness a live demonstration for power of body scanning done by the Nityananda Yogis and the Balasans of the Nityananda Gurukul after a short break.
Yes. So, we request the NTV operator to move ahead with the short break as the Balasans and the Nityananda Yogis are eagerly waiting to manifest the power of body scanning. So while the Balasans and the Nityananda Yogis join, all of you can start posting your requests and comments in the live Facebook Kailasa's SPH Nityananda Facebook page, and you can post your requests, comments. You can call your family members, friends. You can call anyone who you would like to witness this powerful body scanning. And if you are requesting for any one of your family members or friends, we request you to get their permission, as it is our integrity to get the permission before doing the scan. So I request all of you to start posting your comments. We'll be right back with the Balasins and the Nityananda Yogis after a short. Yes, we're back with the Balasins and the Nityananda Yogis who are going to manifest this extraordinary Shakti of body scanning. So along with me here, I have Maniti Brahmayogananda, Ma Soni, Maniti Mahavidyananda, who will be manifesting this extraordinary power of body scanning. So I request all of you to start posting, to continue posting your comments, and we will be reading out your comments and doing a live body scanning for all of you. Pavitra Patmanathan has requested, Nityanandamma, please do a body scanning and healing for my husband, Shashitaran Bhaskaran. I got his permission. Thank you, Ma. So, Ma Soni, you can do the body scanning for Pavitra Patmanathan. I request everyone also continue posting your live comments in the Kailasa's SPH JGM Nityananda Paramashivam Facebook page. Requesting all the viewers to go ahead and post a request for body scanning. You can call your family members, friends, you can call anyone who you would like to witness this body scanning. Yes, so I can see many requests where Ellagunta Nagabhushanam has requested, give me one flat house in Nellore, AP, one car, please help me. Yes, so Ellagunta, what we'll be doing now is scanning and seeing how you can manifest your reality, what you should do, what you can do to manifest this reality of yours. So, Ma Mahavidya, you can go ahead and scan Ellagunta Ayya, and Anouchka has requested, please bless me and my family with good health and abundance of wealth. So, yes, Aya, just continue to watch the live feed, and when Devi Parashakti comes live, you can request this question to her. But we'll also be doing a scanning and seeing what you can do to manifest wealth in your life. So, Ma Brahmayoga, you can also do a scanning for Anouchka Aya.
So for Elegant Aya, you had a question regarding request for a flat. So basically abundance and wealth in your life. So wanted to show you that Paramashiva is revealing you need to really improve your digestion, and what you need to do is take Haritaki 3 times a day. So after every meal, and please add castor oil every morning and have that and clean your system.
Yes. So this is for Ella Gunta Aya. I request you to get back, Aya, as this was a scanning for you and scanning of how you can manifest your reality. Yes. Masani, you can go ahead.
Nityanam, I did the body scanning for Pavitra Padmanathan, my husband, and Ma Parameshwara revealed that your husband gets frequent headache and he has too much fat in his body, Ma. So to detox his body, Parameshwara revealed that whenever he gets headache, to apply castor oil in his head and to reduce the fat in his body, do yoga and take castor oil every day.
Yes, so this is a scanning for? Yes. So Pavitra Padmanathan Ma, I request you to get back.
Yes, so I have done the scanning for Anouch K. Aya, and he actually wanted wealth right here. So Parameshwara revealed that every day you should watch one Venkateshwara Bhavasamadhi Darshan of, like Swamiji giving the Bhavasamadhi Darshan as Venkateshwara. You should watch one darshan of his every day, and while watching the darshan, sincerely pray to Venkateshwara and sincerely pray to Swamiji that you really want to manifest wealth. And after you watch the darshan, offer one coin to get the deity of Venkateshwara and offer one coin at his feet every day, and you'll see that in 1 week's time you'll start manifesting wealth.
Yes, that was a very beautiful solution from the third eye. So Anuj K. Aya, Pavitra Padmanathan Ma, and Ella Gunta Aya, I request all 3 of you to get back in the chat and share with us whether you were able to relate with the scanning. Meanwhile, as we wait, let us move on and ask. I would like to ask you, how do you manifest this extraordinary power, and how do you feel that this is no ordinary power, this is no ordinary thing which any kid outside can manifest? How do you feel being able to scan another person's body and being able to reveal and see solutions? How do you feel?
Actually, while I do the body scanning, when I connect to Parameshwara and I close my eyes to do the body scanning, at time I start feeling really happy inside, like especially because I'm helping other people. Like after seeing the comments, like they want to manifest so many things and they have so many problems, I feel really happy that I'm able to give solutions. Like Parameshwara, I'm able to manifest Parameshwara through me and give everyone solutions. And like especially like sometimes the way it happens, I feel really happy because the whole thing is like a live 3D movie which happens when I close my eyes. So that also really excites me. So I actually love doing body scanning. And how I do the body scanning is when I close my eyes and I ask Parameshwara for the problem or whatever that person is having, I'll see a picture of a whole body, and then the picture will automatically zoom in and show the part which is affected. And then after that, when I ask for the solution, that picture will vanish and another separate image of the solution will come. So that's how I do the body scanning.
Yes, that was an amazing sharing of how you are able to do the body scanning. So let's see if any one of the participants have gotten back. Pavitra Padmanathan Ma has gotten back telling, thank you so much, Ma. It's true, Ma. Yes, that was amazing. Yes, that was amazing. Thank you so much, Ma Pavitra, for getting back and sharing. Elagunta Aya and Anouch Ka Aya, I request you to get back. And now we'll be ending with this power manifestation segment. We thank all of you for joining us. And if you, due to the interest of time, if you are not able to get a body scanning, you can always come back every day at 2 a.m. IST and 4 p.m. IST. And you can request for a body scanning and get a body scanning for yourself, your family members, and friends. So with this, we thank all of you for joining us. Please stay tuned for the upcoming segments where you will be learning about what are the Akashic readings and who is Devi PARASHAKTI. Yes. And there will also be a form posted in the live YouTube chat, and you can fill that form, and the Balasant and the Nityananda Yogis will be doing a body scanning and getting back to you. We thank all of you. Please stay tuned. Thank you, Nityananda.
Yes, Nityanam, everyone. So thank you so much for the Balasans and the Nityananda Yogis. Power demonstration session. So we will now move on to the next segment of this program, learning more about who is Devi PARASHAKTI and the divine feminine consciousness. So we will now be chanting the Lalita Sahasranama. Sindura Trinayana Manikya Mauli Spurat Taranayaka Shekaram Smitamuki Mapina Vakshoruham Panibhya Malipurna Ratna Chasakam Raktotphalam Bibhratim Saumyam Ratna Gatastha Rakta Charanam Dhyayet Paramambikam. The Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body with a triple eye sporting a crown of rubies studded with a crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with med and the other twirling a red lotus. Yes, so we'll also move to the next Shastra Pramana. Arunam Karuna Tarangitakshim Dritapashankusha Pushpabana Chapam Animadibhiravritam Mayukai Rahamityeva Vibhavaye Bhavanim. I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. and holds the noose, the gourd, the bow, the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima for race, and she is the self within me. So Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. PARASHAKTI is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. So the source where the Big Bang and the black holes go on. All of us came, in which all of us are even now, and which all of us are going to reach. So out of her extreme love and compassion, PARASHAKTI herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nija Avatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, who is gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, our present, future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. So in the words of PARASHAKTI herself, so she has revealed that rising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Hrinkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swami, who is in Kailasa Sri Purachintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as a part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nityananda. I took the Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Napala, Aparna, Uma Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraja Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nityananda. I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing, listen people, to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nityananda and came down as Nijavatara. And again PARASHAKTI has revealed, rising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, and Shiva manifesting as the source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence. From the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha Shakti, Kriya Shakti, Jnana Shakti, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas beyond the six chakras, filled as Gotras of seven Rishis, expanding as eight directions, existing as nine Grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell, and make the truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nityananda, I came to bless every one of you. So how to receive Devi PARASHAKTI? So literally you are seeing PARASHAKTI and Paramashiva at the moment right in front of your screen. So let us receive her very traditionally. So keep 2 betel leaves, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen. So you can have the darshan. So this is called as the traditional tambula of receiving PARASHAKTI. So the coin is considered as the traditional dakshina in Hindu tradition. So it can be of even any lowest value. So it can be even 1 paise in Indian money and 1 cent in US dollars. So what is the significance of this tambula? So after the darshan is over, you can do namaskar and eat the banana, the betel leaf and betel nut and take the prasadam immediately. So collect these various coins and send it to the Nityanandeshwara temple in Los Angeles. So this betel leaf, the betel nut, it may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there and you will not take the Devi darshan for granted. So rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle, and it will remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. So it will literally break your unconscious behavior. So you can see how to set up the tambulam. Take a plate and set up 2 betel leaves, banana, betel nut, or coin. So this is the traditional way of receiving Devi PARASHAKTI. So now we will enter into the next segment of the program of understanding what are Akashic readings. So what are Akashic records? So many of you will be wondering. So Akashic record is not a prediction, but it is a direct revelation from the cosmos. So Akashic records are records which are created in space. So whatever has happened in time is there recorded as a file. So nothing can be destroyed. So please understand, none of your actions, your thoughts, your plans, your emotions, your words, nothing can be destroyed. Akashic records are the cosmic archives of everything that has happened, happening, and will happen. So Akashic records are the verbal, the visual, 5-dimensional document. So whatever is happening is continuously getting recorded. And all the information which you collected from all your births is recorded in your DNA, that as your biomemory. And you can access some of them just to understand and not to waste your time doing the same actions again and again in your life. So if you see, as we already saw, it is not a prediction. It is a direct reading from the cosmic archives. So there is no such thing as past, as present and future. So beyond space, creation and destruction, they happen simultaneously, and in the dimension of time starts the past, the present and the future. But in Akashic records, there is no past, no present, no future, and that is why you call as whatever has happened, whatever is happening and yet to happen is already very clearly recorded. So in Swamiji's words, Bhagavan reveals that nobody has a right to comment on these readings. Nobody has a right to manipulate these readings, and nobody has a right to interpret these readings. They are complete and to themselves. So for anybody to live in tune with the cosmos, the Jivan Mukti, the living enlightenment, does not need any special practice other than listening to these great readings again and again. So when you listen to these great readings, naturally your negative logic is penetrated, it is broken. And these great truths, they settle in your inner space and they make you literally live and radiate Paramashivoham, living enlightenment. So if you see, only an incarnation, avatar of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff, has graced humanity with the blessings and darshan in the form of Devi Parashakti, because as solutions, as from pain and suffering. So whatever question you ask and whatever answer you give. So now natural reference to manifest the power of Akashic reading. The Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Dharana 61 and Sutra 84 says, Akasham Vimalam Pashyan Kritva Drishtim Nirantaram. And clouds, one should fix one's gaze without blinking continuously and make the body and inner space steady and motionless in night space. Bhairava. Next is the Apta Pramana, the reference from the Hindu Purana Mahabharata. So it narrates the story of the great sage Maitreya, who reveals the secrets to Vidura, the story of his birth in the human form and reasons why he was summoned. So sage Maitreya, he accessed the Akashic records and he told Vidura that he was not an ordinary man, but was in fact an incarnation of the Lord of Death, Yamaraja. So he was to play the part of a so-called Sudra for 100 years, being cursed by the Mandukam. So, what are the benefits of actually receiving the Akashic session directly from the avatar? So you have collected all your memories from various births. Why is your life happening this way? And not to waste your life again and again. So, accessing the DNA code, reading the Akashic records, it will be useful for you to be liberated from your default future, bringing an end to binding cognitions, known and unknown suffering, leading to experience enlightenment. Paramashiva. So only an avatar can actually alter the Akashic records. If you see, the Balasans can actually read the Akashic records, but only an avatar. He can alter, he can upgrade, he can edit, he can literally change and manifest the reality as you want. So the Supreme Pontiff literally blesses and upgrades the Akashic records as per your prayer. So whatever you ask, based on that, he upgrades and alters and edits it. So now next is, what can you ask in an Akashic reading session? So the most accurate, unbiased answer to any question about your life, about your destiny, about the purpose or everyday part of your life. So you can be healed of any physical and emotional problem with just a look or a word. And you can understand why your life is happening this way, and you can receive blessings to fulfill the right desires, and you can get clarity to redesign your future. So now we will enter into the next segment of how to ask the various questions to Devi PARASHAKTI in the official social media platform. So many of you will be wondering, okay, I want to get PARASHAKTI's blessings and I want to receive the grace and auspiciousness of Devi. So how do I ask my questions? So we have the various official social media platforms. So the Facebook, the YouTube, the Twitter, the Instagram. So all of you have the beautiful opportunity. If you're actually active in any one of these, going to be helping you out, you can go ahead and like, follow, and share and subscribe to the official platforms, and you can receive the live notifications whenever the Akashic reading session is happening. So the first official platform, social media platform, is the YouTube account, the Kailasa's SPH Nityananda official account. So many of you would have subscribed to this account, but only if you have become a member of this YouTube account, you can actually ask your questions. So for membership, you need to click on to the join button, and you can ask your questions in the comment section under the live chat. And the next beautiful way of connecting with Parashakti and asking your questions is commenting on the live Facebook comment section. So if you're not followed and liked the official page Kailasa's SPH Nityananda Paramashivam in Facebook, you can go and like and follow the page, become a follower of the page, and then ask your questions under the live stream and post it in the comment section. Next, if you're a frequent user of Twitter, then you can actually go to the @Sri_Nityananda and follow @Sri_Nityananda on the Twitter. And you can ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar. So any questions related to your life, your purpose, your destiny, your future, or how to get rid of any obstacles that you're facing in your life, your business, your career, your relationships, problems, all these, any kind of questions, you can post it with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar. The next important beautiful platform where you can connect with Parashakti and ask your questions is Instagram. So Sri Nityananda is official Instagram account. Go ahead and become a follower of the Sri Nityananda on Instagram, and you can ask your questions in the comment section. Yes. So anyone who says that I'm not a user of Facebook or YouTube or Instagram or Twitter, but you have WhatsApp. So yes, so this is a beautiful opportunity for you. You can go and search kailasa.org, and you can, once the website pops up, you can ask your questions in the WhatsApp live chat and connect with Parashakti. So anyone who wants to connect with Parashakti and receive her blessings today, you can go ahead and become a member of one of these or all these official social media platforms and get ready to receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti. So next, each one of us are actually waiting to offer our gratitude and melt in devotion in the beautiful space of Devi PARASHAKTI. So how do we offer our gratitude and our devotion to Devi PARASHAKTI? So we have the various beautiful ways of how to offer our deep gratitude and devotion to PARASHAKTI. So let us now understand and let us now get ready to offer to Devi PARASHAKTI. Yes. So before that, let us understand the significance of an offering. So offering is a giving of a divine gift out of pure love, out of pure devotion, out of oneness, and it consists of giving and accepting. So only when the divine accepts whatever you offer, the offering becomes complete. So offering is not made out of any fear or greed. So when the incarnation lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela that is played out only for the purpose of enlightenment. So we will now invoke the presence of PARASHAKTI by chanting the Shastra Pramana from the Mula Agama of Manomani Dhyana. Induni Bhaveda Karavakni Nayanam Sana Vichitra Vasanam Tungamakutojvala Manonmani Swarupam. And the translation of that verse, it says, moonlight face holding the Vedas on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower gracing. The next Dhyana sloka from the Mulagama of Manomani Dhyanam. Yaye Devim Trinetram Sashini Bhavadanam Veda Hastam Dadanam Savye Padmam Varadama Pare Chabaya Manun Manim Pratidinam Kamarta Datri. The English translation says, I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes glowing like a moon and hold the Vedas, lotus and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments and worshipped by Brahma and many gods, and she showers auspicious boons for all the actions every day. So we'll understand the significance of Nerakam Priyatamam Babuva Somasyaikam Insitasya by birth is gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to the Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was heard. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha, the watery molecules. Let that triple gold be for your long life. So gold is a divine element. It purifies anything and everything it touches, and it is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightenment. The vibration of gold has a power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. So gold is actually present in all the scriptures, the Agamas, the Vedas, the Shrutis, the Smritis, Itihasas and Puranas. In all the Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our very being. So in Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold, and ritual feasts were offered in golden bricks. So when one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. Streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses and cows were dressed in gold. So Hindu civilization literally thrived on the banks of the river of gold. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years and it lasts forever. So with that, we'll move to the first offering to Devi PARASHAKTI. So the first offering to Devi PARASHAKTI is the E-Kundi offering. So you can offer any amount at your own capacity as a token of deep love, gratitude and devotion. So the E-Kundi offering, the Shastra Pramana, it says, Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharada Radhya Sharvani Sharmadayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion. She removes all the fears. Yes, so if you see, if there is any fear in the minds of devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn, and here it is meant that autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of the divine is known and understood very clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. So you can offer your deep gratitude and devotion to Devi PARASHAKTI by offering your Kanikai, and your name shall be chanted when the puja is done to PARASHAKTI. So the E-Kundi offering is a beautiful offering when the live stream is going on, the PARASHAKTI reading Akashic session is happening. You can offer it through the super chat and super sticker option in the YouTube live chat. So I'll be taking you through a walkthrough after we have a brief of all these offerings to Devi PARASHAKTI. The next offering is the offering of Sankalpa chanting. Tayaitan mohyate vishvam saiva vishvam prasuyate saya chitta cha vijanam tushta rudim prayaschati. The goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. The goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. So this is from the Devi Mahatmyam chapter 12 and verse 34. So offering the Sankalpa conscious resolution, it blesses the person offering with all the fruition of desires and wishes that he is yearning for and he is yearning to manifest. So Sankalpa chanting is only $1 and you can go ahead and offer by clicking onto the link tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. The next offering is the offering of the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. So the Lalita Sahasranama, the verse 731, it beautifully says, Nama Parayana Prita. So that means she who likes the repetition of her various names. So this is the offering of 1008 names of Devi PARASHAKTI, and it is a very special and unique archana which is offered to the Mahameru of Devi PARASHAKTI. So you can offer a gold coin which is inscribed with each of the 1008 names and receive the blessings to have all the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi PARASHAKTI. So the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu is available in 3 sizes at 3 denominations, $75, $151 and $251. You can actually offer it by going to the link tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. Now we have the next offering, the offering of the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with the pearl. So the Meenakshi Pancharatnam, it says, Mukta Harala Satkirita Ruchiram Purnendu Vaktra Prabham Shinjannu Pura Kinkini Manidaram Padma Prabha Basuram Sarvabhishta Phala Pradam Girisutam Vanirama Sevitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunya Varam Nidim. I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. Yes. The finger ring with the pearl is a beautiful offering where you literally the finger of PARASHAKTI and receiving her blessings when you are offering this finger ring with the pearl to be showered by her deep compassion and pure love, especially in all your business endeavors. So this finger ring with the pearl is available at $251, $501 out $750. So the next offering is the offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpam, the golden lotus. The Kamikagama, it says, Ashtavidhyeshwaropeta kumbhavarana samyutam sarvesa sutra vastradya hema pankaja bhushitaha sapidana saksakurchascha pakva bilva phala prabha snapannadhyaya samsiddha pramanena samandita. All the kalasas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with a new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. So this is one of the reference from the Kamikagama, which speaks about the lotus flower, which is used in various offerings. And there are hundreds of references for using the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. So almost everything in the worship of the ultimate, it involves the consecration of deities of worship or meditating or mudras, asanas, which are used during worship. It involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, the lotus petal. So lotus itself is a divine flower. Shakti of Paramashiva is called as a lotus. Base of Paramashiva Linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus. So you can offer the golden lotus in any size you wish to, and you'll be blessed to have the state, the space, the powers and being of PARASHAKTI in your inner space amidst any or every adverse situation in your life. So the Swarna Padma Pushpam can be offered at $600. The next offering is offering of Swarna Metti, the golden touring. So the scriptural reference, it says, Nakadhiditi samchanna namajjana tamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. You whose brightness from nails to destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. Yes, so you can offer the beautiful Swarnametti, the golden touring, to PARASHAKTI, adorning her sacred feet, to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings, even in the most difficult aspects of your life. So you can offer the Swarnametti at $750. The next offering is offering of Swarna Mangtika, the golden hairline jewelry. So the verse, it says, Sudha Sarabi Varshini. She who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara, that is, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. So the Mangtika, it represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully opened. So you can offer the Swarna Mangtika to Devi and receive blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion at $750. The next is the beautiful offering of Pratyaksha Pada Puja, where each one of us will have to experience the breathing space of Devi PARASHAKTI through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So the Sloka 83 of Saundarya Lahari, it says, Nakhadiditi sanchanna namajjana tamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. The illumining splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeats the lotus in beauty. The Sloka 83 of Saundarya Lahari states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of the celestial beings who always prostrate before PARASHAKTI. So Tamoguna is darkness, and in the Shloka, Tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. So you can offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja and receive the blessings and auspiciousness of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidana of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Parameshwara. And we have the Vastra Seva, which is also a part of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, at $1,008. So the sacred cloth offering to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And this is a beautiful way where you can receive all the auspiciousness, all the blessings of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And now we have here the compilation of all the offerings to Devi PARASHAKTI. The E-Hundi offering, where you can offer it at any amount and the Sankalpa chanting, the conscious resolution, we can offer it at $1. The Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the pure gold coin, each one with a sacred name of Devi from 1008 names. It is available at 3 sizes, $75, $157 to $51. The Mukta Anguti, the pearl finger ring, which is available at $251, $501 and $750. The Swarna Padma Pushpam, the golden lotus flower, which is available at $600, $1,200 and $1,800. The Swarna Metti, the golden toe ring for the lotus feet of Devi at $750. The Swarna Mantika, the golden hairline jewelry at $750. The Pratyaksha Pada Puja at $1,008 and the Vastra Seva at $1,008. Yes. Now, we have the beautiful opportunity to actually offer all these sevas. So first thing is, you can go ahead to the registration form, and if you're ready to offer any one of these sevas and you have an intention to offer any one of these specific sevas, you can go to the form, you can fill out tiny.cc/Bhava-Samadhi. So next, when you're interested in offering the online payment and you're ready to offer any seva that to Devi PARASHAKTI and receive her blessings, you can go to the link tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. And once you do the payment and you're ready and you've offered the seva, you can go ahead and go to the link tiny.cc/Sankalpa2021. So this is the way where when you actually give all your names would be chanted when the puja is done to Devi PARASHAKTI. So this is a beautiful way of offering our deep love and deep gratitude to Devi PARASHAKTI. So I keep this slide projected for all of you to go ahead and sign up and receive PARASHAKTI's blessings. So I'll also be taking you through a quick walkthrough of how to do an online payment and how to make an online payment. Yes, now we'll be quickly going through a walkthrough. So now you can see the various PARASHAKTI Bhava-Samadhi Darshan donations. So now we have actually opted for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja offering to Devi PARASHAKTI, the Supreme Court of Hinduism, which is $1,008. You can go ahead and add it to the cart. So click on to add to the cart. So once you add to the cart, you will be actually guided to the next page, where when you go down and scroll, you will see the option of proceed to checkout. You can proceed to checkout and you can go ahead and fill out the various billing details and then place your order. And now, after you make the online payment, then you have the beautiful opportunity to submit your names for your names to be chanted when the puja is happening. So this is the next link, tiny.sankalpa/2021. So go ahead, click on to next, and you can fill out all these details and your name, your city, your state, country, and click on to Devi Bhava-Samadhi Darshan. And when you click on next and submit, all your names will be there for us to chant when the puja is happening. And now, you also have the opportunity to offer the e-hundi to Devi PARASHAKTI. So now when you go to the YouTube live stream, you could see here, and under the chat, you can go ahead and click for the super chat and the super sticker option. Yes, so you will have the super chat and the super sticker option here under this comment, and you can go ahead and you can offer the e-hundi donation to Devi PARASHAKTI. Yes. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this segment of the program, and we'll be moving on to the next segment of the program after a short break.
பிரக்ஞா இப்பொழுது தூரத் துவங்கிவிட்டது பார். பெருமழை பொழியும், துக்கங்கள் தீரும், காட்டுத்தீ இருக்காது, அன்னை அருள்மழை தந்தேன், தூரத் துவங்கிவிட்டது உன் நாட்டில், போய் வா. ஓம் நித்யானந்த
Nityananda. Nityananda. So now let us begin the segment on the revelations to the world by Devi PARASHAKTI. For the last few months, Devi PARASHAKTI has been guiding each and every one of us, guiding us to see how we can navigate our lives during this really intense times. In this Akashic reading, the revelations given by Devi PARASHAKTI, she has revealed when it will start raining in a certain place in the United States. She answers Nityananda Prajna, see right now it has started showering. Huge rain will be showered, sufferings will be solved. Forest fire will not be there. Now let us watch the sacred secret on Hindu birth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed.
நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள். உன் கேள்விக்கு உன்மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன் உத்திரம். கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை பிறப்பிலா பெருமை உடைய பரமேஸ்வரி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். அண்டஜம், யோனிஜம், ஜலஜம், பீஜம் எனும் 4 விதமான பிறவிகளில் 84,000 யோனிகளில் பிறக்கும் பிறப்புகளிலேயே பெருமை வாய்ந்ததும் உத்தமமானதும் மனித பிறவி. அந்த மனித பிறவியிலும் பலமுறை பிறந்து உழன்று அரசியல், பொருளாதாரம், சுகபோகம், தர்மம், அர்த்தம், காமம் எனும் ஆசைகள், துக்கங்கள், அச்சங்கள் அனைத்திலும் அழன்று உழன்று இனி வேண்டாம் இப்பிறவி, வேண்டுவது மோட்சமே என்று முடிவெடுத்தோர்க்கு மட்டுமே ஹிந்து மத யோனிஜம், ஹிந்து பெற்றோர்க்கு பிறந்திடும் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம், மனித பிறவி உத்தமம், சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித பிறவி உத்தமோத்தமம். இந்த உத்தமோத்தம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோருக்கும் ஜீவன் முக்த விஞ்ஞானத்தையும் சனாதன தர்மத்தையும் காக்கின்ற கடமையும் உண்டு. அதனால் வருகின்ற நன்மையெல்லாம் அனுபவிக்கும் உரிமையும் உண்டு. இந்த கடமையை செய்வோம் என்று சத்தியம் செய்ததனால்தான் அந்த உரிமை அளிக்கப்பட்டது. பூமி பூமிக்கு வந்தபின் மனம் மயங்கி மதிமயங்கி சனாதன தர்மம் காக்க மறந்ததனால் ஊழிப் பெருவலியால் ஆசை அச்சங்களை உதறவிடாது உதறியும் விடாது சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்தோரை உயிர் வாழத் தகுதியில்லாதவர் பட்டியலில் உடனடியாய் மாயை சேர்க்கின்றாள். அதனால் ராட்சசர்களும் அசுரர்களும் தானாகவே இவர்கள் உயிரை எடுக்கின்றார். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மம் காப்போம் என்று நிற்பவர்க்கு நிலைத்திடும் வீரஸ்வர்க்கமும் கைலாச பதவியும் எக்காரணம் கொண்டும் தர்மம் காக்க மறந்த உத்தமோத்தம ஜனனமான சனாதன ஹிந்து ஜனனம் பெற்ற மக்களுக்கு இல்லை வேறு கதி. சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித ஜனனம் உத்தமோத்தம மனித ஜனனம். உங்கள் உரிமை உலகில் அதிகம், உங்களுக்கு கடமையும் உலகில் பெரிது. தர்மம் காத்தாலே கடமை, தர்மம் காக்காதார்க்கு உயிர் வாழும் உரிமை இல்லை. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உத்தமோத்தம பிறவியான சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்கள் வாழ்வின் முதற்கடமை தர்மம் காத்தல். தர்மம் காக்க தர்மம் உங்களை காக்கும். சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்திட்டால் வாழும் உரிமையை நீங்கள் இழந்து விடுகின்றீர்கள். அதற்கு மேல் வாழ்ந்தென்ன அழிந்தென்ன? பூமிக்கு பாரம் குறையட்டும் என்று அசுரர்களும் ராட்சதர்களும் உங்களை உண்டு தீர்க்கின்றார்கள். அதையும் மாயை கண்டு சும்மாவிருப்பாள். பிரபஞ்ச ரகசியத்தை, பிறவியின் ரகசியத்தை உலகிற்கெல்லாம் உத்தரமாய்ச் சொல்லிவிட்டேன். புரிந்து வாழ்வில் நடந்து உயிரை பத்திரமாய் பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அன்னை சொல்லும் அருள் சத்தியம் இது. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Yes, in the next slides we'll be understanding what Devi PARASHAKTI said in English. So she said, listen, Andajam, Yonijam, Jalajam and Bijam, like all is the human birth. The next slide, please. Hindu Dharma Yonijam of being born to Hindu parents. Human birth is Uttamam, the best, and Sanatana Hindu Dharma human birth is Uttamottamam, the best of the best. Everyone who took this Uttamottama birth has a responsibility of protecting the science of living enlightenment and Sanatana Dharma. And also they have the right of experiencing its benefits. This right was given to them because of their commitment given to them to do this responsibility. after coming to Bhuloka by getting mentally deluded and forgetting the dharma of protecting Sanatana Dharma, Maya, she is taking away their soul. Understand carefully. I am giving the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam only for those who gave the commitment because of painful deluge, not dropping fear and greed. For those who forgot to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Maya, she will immediately add them to the list of those who are not worthy of living. Therefore, Rakshasas and Asuras are automatically taking away their life. Understand properly, for those who stand that even by giving their life, for any reason, people who forgot to protect Dharma having Uttamottama birth, there is no other way for them. Those who do not protect Dharma, they do not have the right to live. Understand properly. All those who took the Uttamottama birth, which is Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth, all of you understand. The first responsibility of your life is protecting Dharma. If you protect Dharma, Dharma will protect you. If you forget to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you lose the right of living. After that, what bothers whether your life gets destroyed or you live? Asuras and Rakshasas will eat you, so that the burden on the earth is reduced. Seeing that, Maya, she will keep quiet. And now we're seeing some of the ways that what Devi is saying has literally come true and has been shown by the number of lives lost, especially in India. So if you see, an overwhelming majority of Hindus, 94%, live in one country, which is India. And the largest population outside of India are those in Nepal, which is 2% of all Hindus. And in Bangladesh, which has 1% of all Hindus, they are most susceptible to the pandemic. As of 25th of May 2021, the New York Times says the actual figures are likely to be much higher, with more than half of the Indian population infected with COVID or in a worst case scenario. So as you can see here by the New York Times, they've given us some figures with 700.7 million estimated infections and 4.2 million estimated deaths. As we're seeing the alarming and shocking numbers, we have to remind ourselves why this is happening and why Devi PARASHAKTI is guiding us in such a way, especially during these times when it's so difficult to navigate an extremely dark route and you're not able to see what is right, what is good. Devi PARASHAKTI has been so many times telling again and again, even telling us that we are not listening and that we have to listen in order to protect ourselves. That Hindu lives should be protected and we should be ensuring that we are safe. The New York Times says the actual figures here are likely to be much higher and with more than half of the Indian population infected with COVID. And we can see here a graph of the Indian population at 136 crore or 1.36 billion people versus 70 crore or 70 million affected. So now we'll watch a brief video on the Krimi Bhojanam hell opened in India. This is one of the revelations that Devi PARASHAKTI made for the whole world.
நீ சொல்லும் நபர்கள் போடும் சண்டை சச்சரவெல்லாம் எரியும் பெருநெருப்பில் இருக்கும் 2 எலிகள் போடும் சண்டை போன்றது. யார் சரி யார் தவறென்பது இப்பொழுது முக்கியம் அல்ல. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், எல்லோரும் நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நன்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன், உண்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன். இந்திய நாட்டில் இருக்கும் மக்கள் எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். கருட புராணத்தில் வியாசன் சொன்ன கிருமி போஜனம் என்னும் நரகம் திறந்து நேரடியாய் இந்தியா மீது இடிபோல் விழுகின்றது. ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு ஓடிச் சென்று வருமுன் காத்துக்கொள்வது மட்டுமே ஒரே வழி. கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று கொள்ளை நோய் கிருமி போஜனம் எனும் நரகத்தை பூமிக்கு கொண்டு வந்து விட்டது. அகோர தாண்டவத்தின் ஆட்டம் யாராலும் அடக்க முடியாத அளவிற்கு ஆரம்பித்து விட்டது. புதிதாய் உருக்கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த நுண்ணுயிரி மயில்கள் கடந்தும் அழித்து உடல்களை தின்னும் பெரும் வலிவு கொண்ட பேரசுரர்களாய் வலம் வர துவங்கி விடுகின்றது. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். கொள்ள வேண்டி விரும்பும் எல்லோரும் ஓடுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. இந்தியாவில்தான் இந்த நரகம் திறந்து உலகெங்கும் பரவப் போகின்றது. கிருமி போஜன நரகம் பூமிக்கு வந்துவிட்டது மகா கொடுமைகளினால். அன்னை முன்னின்று என் அடியவரை காப்பேன் சொல்வதை கேட்டு உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புவோர் வருமுன் காப்பது ஒன்றே வழி என்று தெரிந்து செல்லுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Now Devi Parashakti warned us, everyone in India, all of you listen, the hell of Krimi Bhojanam that was mentioned by Vyasa in the Garuda Purana has opened, and it is directly falling on India as thunder. Running to Adi Kailasa and protection from it is the only way. Deadly corona life-taking disease has brought hell known as Krimi Bhojanam to the earth. The dance of Aghora Tandava, which is one could control, has started. No one could control has started. This microorganism that has formed will be alive in air for miles together, destroying other souls. It will eat bodies. It has started roaming as great demons with tremendous strength. Understand properly. Prevention is the only way. For that, I have opened Kailasa for those who wanted to save their lives. All of you, run to Adi Kailasa. Only in India, this hell is going to open and it is going to spread to the whole world. The Krimi Bhojanam hell has come to earth because of the suffering done by humans. Mother, I will protect those at my feet. Those who listen to me and wish to save their lives, learning that the prevention is the only way. Go to Adi Kailasa. Now, Krimi Bhojana, what is it, if you're wondering, is one of the 28 hells described in Hindu scriptures where people are sent to suffer. And it has many references, including the Garuda Purana, where cosmogony of hell and the other nether regions is described. It also has reference in the Devi Bhagavata Purana, the Devi Mahatmyam, where in chapter 21, it's speaking on the narrative of hells, in chapter 22, on the narrative of the sins leading to the hells, and in the Shiva Purana, chapter 16, where it's talking about the upliftment from hell. Also, in the Skanda Purana, in chapter 12, the descriptions are talking about the redemption of hells. In chapter 2, the merit of visiting Setu. In chapter 30, the glory of Dhanushkoti. In the Brahma Purana, Krimi Bhojana is in chapter 20, where in the hells of the nether regions, and chapter 106, where it's describing the sufferings in hell. In the Padma Purana, in chapter 48, Krimi Bhojana is described in the section on the netherworld. And here is the Shastra Pramana for the Krimi Bhojana, where in the English translation, they're saying, "O excellent sage, above the nether regions are the hells where the sinners are scourged. Listen to their description from me. They are Raurava, Shukra, Radha, Tala, Vishwasvat, Mahajwala, Tapta Kumbha, Lavana, Vilohita, the river," yes, we can go on. "The river Vaitarani consists of putrid stuff flowing in it. Krimina."
这个维塔拉尼河中流淌着腐臭的物质。然后这个 Krimina 和这个 Aspatravana 和这个拉拉巴哈卡萨就是这个可怕的地狱。
Is only when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be doing the Padayatra.
就是只有就是被印度教所保护的，可以度过这一次大洪水的灾难。哦，他叫这个信徒的名字。
நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு தாங்கி நிஜாவதாரமாய் நான் இந்திய நாட்டில் வந்தபொழுது என்னை வைத்து வாழாத பெருங்குற்றத்திற்கு பிராயஷ்சித்தம் இதுவே உங்களுக்கு. இதை யாவது செய்து, இது ஒன்றையாவது செய்து உங்களையும் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், நாட்டையும் காத்திடுங்கள். கோடிகளில் உயிர்கள் போகின்றது என்பதை நேரில் காண்பீர்கள். கண்ட பிறகுதான் நான் சொல்லும் வார்த்தையின் சத்தியமும் உண்மையும் உங்களுக்கு புரியப் போகின்றது. அழிவதற்கு முன் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள் மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளினேன் சத்தியத்தை. இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை உடனடியாய் புரிந்து கொண்டு உங்களுக்கும் உலகத்துக்கும் நன்மை செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆதி கையிலாசத்து நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தின் எல்லைக்குள் ஆருக்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று தீண்டாது. இந்த சத்தியத்தை அனுபவபூர்வமாகவும் அறிவியற்பூர்வமாகவும் அன்னை பராசக்தி பனிரண்டு ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக கர்ப்பத்திலிருந்து கொண்டு வந்து உருவாக்கி வைத்த நவபாஷாண லிங்கம் இன்று பிரளயத்திலிருந்து காக்கும் பெரும் கப்பலாய் உங்களுக்கு ஊதாவும். என இழந்தாலும் நான் செய்து வைத்த இந்த ரசவாத ஞானத்தின் துணை இழக்காமல் உங்களை நீங்களே காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். இது ஒன்றே வழி. மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி.
I am telling some of the truths. Please listen. Listen properly. Ganga. In the book was more worried about my body that were dying from COVID. So many bodies, even in Ganga, being uncovered. The next slide, please. And not only that, we have from from India News, how it says that 4 hours of decomposing bodies led to the laid uncovered in the Sangam area. And for the last 2 to 3 months, people have been burying their dead here. Sand covered in bodies is being blown away by strong winds and exposing the decomposing bodies. And predatory birds are and dogs feed on the bodies that are dying and their remains. This is really the atrocities that is ongoing in India at the moment. Again, here is saying that as India is reeling under a massive second wave of COVID-19 pandemic, the number of deaths has increased, and such is a situation where crematorium and burial grounds are packed to capacity. Yes. And in another piece of news, shocking, over 1 COVID dead bodies are dumped in Ganga in Bihar, and we are seeing that over 150 dead bodies, which have been reported as COVID fatalities, were literally dumped on the banks of Ganga. And another finding is how we're reporting 40 to 50 deaths per day, but this article shows that actually the next slide, please. Yes. So here we're seeing again over 2,000 bodies found on the banks of the river Ganga, and this has so many different consequences, especially for the health, sanitation of the surrounding people who are living there and who are not able to live there because the decreasing standards of sanitation. And in burial grounds across India, there's so many pyres that are needing to be built. And here again, it's saying bodies after bodies are coming as death and devastation in Delhi, and crematoriums and burial grounds are running out of space in the capital. And this is from one of a very prestigious article journal that has been tracking the updates of coronavirus. In cremation grounds across India, they're reaching capacity, and not only that, hurrying to build more pyres. Really, never before in history did we see so much of these this kind of situation where there are lines in front of the hospital as well as in the crematorium. And here you can see round-the-clock mass cremation, how 24/7 they are literally cremating more and more bodies and not having off. Workers there are completely exhausted. Again, another article, an example of how even in the crematoriums of India, they're facing so much of backlog the burials are not happening properly due to the amount of work that is dumped on them, and they're facing the pressure to build more and provide more, because there's so many bodies that need to be burned. Here's an article from the Mint, and showing how they need to build more pyres in order to really do their job. The next slide, please. And here is an article describing the happenings in Delhi about how so many people are dying, and never before they've had this circumstance before. How in the crematoriums themselves, not only are they facing backlog, and they're facing even dead bodies that have to be in queue for being burned, but also they're facing the pressure of needing to build more and more pyres in order to burn all without risking extreme health issues. The next slide, please. The cremation ground singes families of the dead. How now the cost of burning the dead bodies of your family members, people of the lives you lost, of your family members or friends or people whom you know, the high demand on the cost and the cost raise of literally. And not only that, Devi Parashakti had foretold, had literally warned all of us how the air will become poison. And today, the CDC of the United States, as well as the WHO, the World Health Organization, is accepting that COVID is airborne. And first, we had so much of denial and criticism about the fact that COVID is airborne. And then it was accepted as a theory and a possibility. Then it was accepted as a fact. And however, there was a delay in warning the public, making sure that the correct protocols were put in place immediately. And after that, media criticized authorities for the delayed acceptance. But in the end, in this vicious cycle, nobody is held accountable for the deaths of millions of people. The next slide, please. Here, we're also seeing how one of the Nobel Prize winners, Montague from 2008, had come on media and run many campaigns to tell the world the truth that COVID-19 was made in a lab. And not only that, that it is creating variants and spreading rapidly. Just as Devi foretold, just as Devi told that literally within the pandemic, there will be more pandemics in the exact way Devi had revealed is happening now. So this brings us to a conclusion of this segment of today's program, we will now be taking a short break, and then we'll be hearing from the Adi Kailash administrators on the updates from Adi Kailash Sarvagnapeetham in the Kailasa COVID care centers in Adi Kailash and all over India. So we'll be right back with you after a Yes, after a few minutes, we'll be joined by the Adi Kailash Sarvagnapeetham administrators for giving us the updates on the Adi Kailasa COVID care centers in India, in Adi Kailash, and also in different centers across India. So we'll be taking a quick break and getting right back with you. Sorry for the technical difficulties. As we have seen, whatever Devi PARASHAKTI has revealed has literally been coming true about the different icebergs that will be collapsing. And within just a few days, Devi PARASHAKTI, it was shown what she revealed had actually happened. Not only that, so many other instances have been told, have literally been coming true, not just in the global scale, but also for the individuals, for every single person who has asked a question, requested boons or blessings from Devi PARASHAKTI, every single one has received the blessings and has had their reality manifest in their life, whether they wanted to manifest wealth, health, or long-lasting and beautiful relationships. They manifested it within just a few hours, and they were able to see how pure transformation happened in their life. Now, you also, if you are watching this, you also have the blessing and grace to be able to ask a question and receive the blessings and grace of Devi PARASHAKTI manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You'll be able to you'll be able to ask.
周梦圆老师，现在可以听到我讲话吗？
If you have missed that segment, we had explained to you about how you can ask
好的，
PARASHAKTI
我现在开始继续翻译。
Cosmic Mother has made her
我这个设备我也不知道怎么回事。稍微等我一下。刚才我们在讲的就是这个印度大规模的成千上亿的死亡，以及他们这个水源被死去的尸体所污染，即将造成更严重的后果。这并不是一个巧合。给出回应。就是所有这些需要完成的事情，没有一件是巧合。你的问题，即便是你的就是这个祝福，它都会发生的。它促进了所有的这些的发生。就是在这个所有人都被封锁在家里的时候，我们愿意让这个时刻值得。确保你会花费几分钟来分享这个进程，就把这个课程的链接分享。然后让大家知道这个女神PARASHAKTI即将进行大写和阅读。那么现在几分钟之后，我们就会进入下一个环节。那我们即将去发现这个多伦多寺庙的神性。
welcome back to all of the viewers. So in just a few minutes, we'll be joined by the joined by the Adi Kailasa Sarvagidam administrators. Every single one of you can watch to understand the updates, see how the Kailasa COVID Care Center is being run with the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll be right back with you after a very quick break.
老师刚才说他们会就是回写这个信给就是这个写信的人。
And welcome to the
欢迎大家来到这个环节，它就是关于阿里克拉萨这艘船。它是女神在这一次新冠疫情之中所做好的准备和保护，它也是一种生活的方式。去理解这个生活方式的重大意义。
See what is the world facing today in terms of the health of the global population.
然后去看一看我们在这一个革命之中发生了什么。在这种这个焦虑和失调之下，这个新冠疫情大流行。
The youth in the age group 18 to 24 are facing anxiety and depressive disorder.
正面对着焦虑和失控。
39% in the age group 50 to 64, and in the 65 plus age group, 29% of the people facing anxiety and/or depressive disorder. To give a
它这个数据之中显示，就是这个数据，这个30%多的这个人正在经历着失调与焦虑的折磨，还有这个抑郁。那么它这个比例大概在11%左右，就是这个19年的时候，它的比例，这个失调、抑郁和失控这个比例基本在1%左右，但现在到了2021年的1月份，已经涨到了41%左右。
51%, which is almost
基本上涨了4
4
倍。
times the number of people reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and or depressive disorder. That's the data by the American Psychological
这是
Association.
这个美国文化的调查的结果。
If one sees surveys done in the
如果一个人
workplace
看
by
到
people
现在所提供的这些服务设施，
where a survey was conducted amongst workforce employees as to how they feel more than half the time at work. 34% of the employees said they feel
有
tired,
45%左右的员工说他们很
34%
累，
said they feel stressed, they were burnt out,
这个27%左右觉得快崩溃了，
22% experiencing discouragement,
90%左右的人就有抑郁的倾向。
17%. So one can see more than half the time at work. If the workforce
在
feeling
这个
these
负面的系统里，
negative symptoms, combating with stress, tiredness, lack of a drive, that's where the world is heading today, as it is grappling with the disease in the form of corona.
就是在这一疾病
In
的
the wake of this
背
disease,
后，
the mental health impact
它也反映了美国现代的这个社会结构。
Association pressure for most Americans
但是这也不能以偏概全啊，说这个
the
这个压力现在已经变得是非常的常见。
mental health. Nearly 8 in 10 people say the coronavirus pandemic is
那么就是现在
stress in
就
their
是
life.
新冠已经成为人们生活中的一个压力和阻碍。那么是时候要结束这些大洪水和大流行了。
And if one sees
因为诚恳的工作者，
who are working to combat the COVID-19 pandemic, 1 in 4 essential workers
那么为什么这个
with mental health disorder
这个
of the pandemic,
这个社会服务者会被诊断成这个样子呢？
as per mental health burden, is what the ABC News says, and the numbers speak for themselves. More than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contracted
他们都被新
COVID-19.
冠疫情所影响，
300, an estimated 300 to 400
然后开始新的这个新冠的治疗过程。
every year. This is what it is in comparison. And of the health workers who treated patients
他们说他
during
们
the
会很有耐心的
COVID-19
对待
outbreak, 50% showing signs of depression, 45% showing signs of
45%的
anxiety.
同学就是正在展示这个爱好的压力。
Women and new mothers indicates
就是早在
COVID-19
新冠疫情以前，
pandemic, 16% felt
也就是
depression,
说，因为他老师说
9%
他总
felt
在，
anxiety
他已经准备好了，现在
during the COVID-19. 40%
比如40%，
depression,
但是在这个时
70%
候东西，
anxiety. So there is an increase in more than twice the number of pregnant women and new mothers facing depression and or anxiety. In US, cases of depression have tripled during the COVID-19 pandemic. A large study
这就是美国人们沮丧的一面往往被隐藏。
during the COVID-19 pandemic. The number of adults experiencing depression in the US has tripled, according to a major study. Researchers estimate that more than 1 in 4 US adults now report experiencing symptoms of depression, whereas before the pandemic, 8.5% of US adults reported being depressed. That number has risen now to 27.8% as the country struggles with COVID-19. And if one sees further statistics in terms of the health of the workforce, 76% of US employees are currently experiencing worker burnout. 57% say worries about the COVID-19 have been a contributing factor. And in comparison, only 33%, almost half, say worries about political issues have contributed to their burnout. And the COVID-19's impact on mental health include 78% of the global workforce says the pandemic has negatively affected their mental health. 85% say their mental health issues are causing sleep deprivation, poor physical health, reduced happiness at home, strained family relationships, or isolation from friends. 68% of people would prefer to talk to a robot over their manager about stress and anxiety at work. 76% of workers believe their company should be doing more to protect the mental health of the workforce. So obviously people are looking for solutions, real solutions for their problems, because they are not able to solve the anxiety and or depression problems, be it with their family or with their boss or at the workplace or through satisfaction doing their work. It is, people are really looking desperate for a real solution. And the young workers seem to be hit the hardest because the ages 22 to 25, 89% hit, 26 to 37, 83%, 38 to 54, 73%, and 55 to 74, 62%. And the younger respondents were more likely to say that the pandemic has had a negative impact on their mental health. And now, in the face of this disaster, what are the contributions from Kailasa's Department of Human Services to combat this problem? What are the solutions? What is the real solution that people are looking for, and what is Kailasa being providing? Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship, Department of Human Services, and each of Kailasa's temple ecosystems consider the right of happiness to be the highest fundamental right of all humans. The ultimate goal for Hinduism and Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, is the material and spiritual well-being and prosperity of humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, Kailasa is a place where everything related to superconsciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment will be revived and established in such a way it never gets lost again. They're forever serving the humanity. 21st October 2006, following a meditation under the sacred banyan tree in Adi Kailasa, the peacekeepers of Kailasa, along with the children of the Nityananda Gurukul, celebrate the auspicious occasion of Deepavali. 22nd December 2018, the peacekeepers of Kailasa and participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in the celebrations of a traditional flag hoisting ceremony. 14th December 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nityananda Spurana program, that is a Life Bliss program level 2, a meditation workshop in Chennai, and as one can see, attended by thousands of people in a jam-packed auditorium, where people are eagerly listening to what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has to say about the eternal truths of life, the cosmic truths, and to get the direct experience of the ultimate. 17th December 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nityananda Spurana program, the Life Bliss program level 2 at the St. Peter's Engineering College in Chennai, India, again attended by thousands of people, where practically the whole hall is filled with people, men and women and children alike, everybody waiting for that fundamental transformation in their lives by understanding the cosmic truths. 26th May 2006, one can see here the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embark on the Himalayan Yatra, Yatras being the pilgrimages to sacred places, the energy fields, and in these energy fields which are already make one more receptive to the cosmic energy, the ultimate initiations, the cosmic truths, everything revealed during these traditional sacred pilgrimage to the energy fields like the Himalayas, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism leading the whole group into that divine experience. December 20th, 2011, the temple ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai serves as a driving factor in maintaining the lifestyle of health, wealth, and well-being for the denizens of Tiruvannamalai, one of the remaining living temple ecosystems. 31st December 2018, the peacekeepers of Kailasa and participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in the morning meditation and traditional puja or ritualistic worship, which is part of the meditation, the 21-day meditation. Workshop. And here you have this great happening way back, start from way back in the young years of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. As one can see, in 1994, Kailasa and Tiruvannamalai is traditionally passed on to the hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and just how it has evolved as of 2017, as a picture on the right shows Kailasa and Tiruvannamalai receiving visitors and delegates for the Kalpataru meditation workshop and the Shiva Diksha, which is one of the primary initiations of Hinduism. 11th March 2017, Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, with thousands arrived Kailasa in Los Angeles. Now we come to the various Kailasas, Hindu temple ecosystems in the West. Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio, USA, the first temple established with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism outside India. The temple physically came to life in just 9 months. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Sri Kailasa in Seattle, Washington, USA, housing the blissful dancing form of Ganesha, the largest living Nataraja deity outside of India. Kailasa in Seattle is also known as Chidambaram of the West. Kailasa in San Jose, California, USA, inaugurated in 2009, Kailasa in San Jose radiates the energy of the Madurai Meenakshi temple. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Devi Meenakshi, the Shivalinga, Lord Sri Venkateshwara, Lord Sri Nityanandeshwara, and Devi Nityanandeshwari. And they've been created, installed, and energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Kailasa in St. Louis, Missouri, alongside the Shivalinga and the Nityananda Ganesha, one can see Kailasa in St. Louis carries the energy of Tirumala Tirupati of South India and houses one of the tallest Venkateshwara deities in North America, along with his consorts Sri Devi and Bhudevi. The beautiful landscape nestled among the woods and rolling hills of Missouri stretches for 20 acres. Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona, home to over 21 deities and with a temple structure of 2,500 square feet, Kailasa in Phoenix has been directly established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serving as an energy field of worship, meditation, and celebration for over 7 years. And as recent as 2017, Kailasa in Houston, inaugurated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and declared as a Parihara Sthala for all the Navagraha doshas. Kailasa in Toronto, Canada, inaugurated in July 2011, is the only Hindu temple in the West with all 63 Nayanmars, 18 Siddhas residing as deities. Temple deities here are seated exactly as they existentially reside in Kailasa around Paramashiva, the primordial deity of Hinduism. Kailasa in Toronto, Canada, active and alive from 2011 onwards, Kailasa in Toronto has been blessed to radiate the superconscious energy of Kailasa. This temple ecosystem goes on providing various temple services to the community such as Annadan and traditional Hindu ceremonies. And now, after having seen a quick glimpse of all the Kailasa temple ecosystems worldwide, let us now take a short break before we enter the next segment, which is the spiritual routine during the Brahma Muhurta and how that aligns oneself and helps us overcome the pandemic fatigue.
manifesting as Devi of Nityananda and came down as the Nijavatara. The people of India, listen carefully, listen. Time after time, Bharadam is a Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened being comes. We cannot make the Jnana Bhumi as illusion. We cannot sacrifice the world, Drohis and enemies rule. The captain has to lead the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all the Aushadas by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navabhashana, is going to flower. Allow people to come and take dip in the Navabhashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in the Navabhashana flower, they will not have death, they will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will come and dip in the Ananda Lingam.
那这个非常抱歉啊，大家，我刚才有一点非常抱歉，我这个刚才掉线了。
Go to Adi Kailasa, O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing the Nityananda Nijavatara without confusion and without talking just as a lip service, go to Adi Kailasa.
那么在这个他在那一瞬间，就是不再思念他，然后完全的知道，他已经是这个大鸟的一体。这个时候我们要做的就是我们将要会面到他。从而知道
countries close their borders during a massive global emergency. Kailasa has opened its doors.
本来是一体，不需要再思念谁。
Free COVID care centers opened across India, includes Adi Kailasa in Bidadi.
这个上师是一个非常强有力的。我们今天都来知道印度教的这个传统，他们都是我们强有力的这个请来的。
Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Avattipalayam in Tamil Nadu, Hosur Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adinam in Gujarat.
然后没有人可以与它连接，然后没有人可以。那他们都等待与帕玛施瓦的连接。
Apart from that, the cosmic revelations of Devi PARASHAKTI, which prepares the humanity to combat.
这个是在国家对奥义书之中的记载。
Free social services offered during pandemic in de facto spiritual
奥义书这个是第一个出现的这本书。
For monthly care quarantine, emergency ambulances, ICU on wheels, medical equipment, food security banks, and then we have this organic farming. You have the opportunity to sign up and join us in the COVID care protection centers. You can register through the link below, which is kailasa.org/kailasacare. kailasa.org/kailasacare. Let's take a few minutes to register through this link and sign up to be part of the protection center and feel protected. Oh, okay, good.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working humanity. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashakti. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment signs. I know he is going to do the job. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashakti. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment signs. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. Power manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy. Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshas. Make the whole planet Earth flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Ekailashians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. Kinds of from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary continuously. Kailasa in your own home, wherever you are, helping you to come withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa. In my life, perfected by teaching every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution. No need to. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together. We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailashian. I want the whole world to know Hindu. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumption perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa?
Nityanandam, and welcome back, dear viewers. Now, in this segment, we are going to be having a few devotees who are enjoying their time in the Adi Kailasha Sarvagnya Pita, in the very home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, enjoying the multi-layer quarantine facility being provided in Adi Kailash, are joining here to share their experience living in Swamiji's very own breathing space and Swamiji's very own enlightenment ecosystem created by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. First, we have joining us Prabhakaran Ayya from Tamil Nadu. Nityanandam Ayya.
Nityanandam.
Nityanandam Ayya. Solunga Ayya. Yes, what is it that you share today, Ayya?
Okay, ma. So first of all, I would like to thank Swamiji for blessings me to pull me here in Adi Kailash. Okay, because when I was in Chennai, okay, as a father, as a son, as a brother, as an husband, right? I had a lot of responsibility to save various people in this pandemic. Okay, Swamiji at the right time, he called me and he pulled me literally here. I'm in Adi Kailash. I'm not at all worrying about Corona at all, Amma. Okay, it's been like more than 1.5 months. I did not even think of even. I don't have the thought about the Corona at all. Completely away from the Corona. All my responsibilities Swamiji has taken. I'm literally,
and millions of people being. Yes, Ayya, please continue.
Sorry, ma, can you still hear me? I think I had a network blip now.
Are you able to hear me, Ayya? Dear viewers, looks like we are having a technical glitch. Prabhakaran Ayya, are you able to hear me? What you would like to share, Ayya?
Yes, ma'am. As I mentioned, it's been 1.5 months now in Adi Kailash. If you look at my family members, right? So I never thought people will, follow these spiritual practices. So I'm literally seeing tremendous change. Other side, world is facing the pandemic, but inside here, I'm just seeing literally spiritual experiences. Literally me going through. Also, I'm seeing my family members in Adi Kailash, which never happened in in Chennai. So especially kids are getting up at 3:30 and then.
Wow, how old are your kids, Ayya?
So one is 4 years old, another one is like 8 years old, and.
So because waking up in the morning in Brahma Muhurta and doing spiritual routine, that is definitely very something that.
And also does all 108 asanas, because adults facing issues to complete all 108. But my kid and all other kids, simply they are just doing all 108 without any issue. So amazing to see that, and they are inspired.
You would like to share?
And then Amma, so the stay here is so comfortable because even though I am in Adi Kailash, I am also continuing to do my office work, and then the free time. This is so beautiful, Amma. So and thanks a lot.
So beautiful, yeah. Thank you so much for coming live and sharing your experience today.
Yeah, thank you, Ma. Nityananda.
Thank you. Dear viewers, next we have joining us to share her experience of the life in Adi Kailash. We have Ma Aishwarya, who's joining us live from Adi Kailash.
So I just want to usually think like kids are doing yoga routine like with their cousins for the past 100 days. So I always, my daughter used to tell me like you have to wake me at 3:30 or 3. I will do yoga with you. I mean, I started doing from my room because like 2 years, 10 months. So I started like, yeah, she was playing around. It was really awesome. I couldn't believe. Yeah, even I mean, my elder daughter, she joined. She's 7 years old, so she's doing yoga in the morning in the room because the younger one sometimes she sleeps. But today they were telling they are missing doing together at the welcome center. So my elder daughter was telling, no, I want to go and do together with everyone. I have to go to the welcome center. So that is the energy, man. Kids are learning asanas from each other. They are like practicing. Even after eating, they want to practice. That's smart. It's really awesome. It's like a big joint family. Vasudeva Kudumbaka.
Beautiful big joint family in Adi Kailasha Sarvanya Pita, especially when the outside world, there is so much of fear. You know, there's so much of Aishwarya, when you were outside, before you coming to Adi Kailash, before living here, what was the ambience outside?
Yes, ma. So actually, I am from Madurai. So we were in Madurai, and it was complete lockdown during phase 2. So actually we live in an apartment. So what happened was, it was in the 3rd week of May. We got corporation people knocked our door and told like there are so many corona positive patients in your block, so we have come to test you. So we said okay. So and in few days, it was like on May 21st, I was getting call from the corporation office. Like actually I couldn't believe it. They were telling, because none of us had any symptom at all. So they said like my dad is positive. And I thought, okay, it might be for someone else. They might have called us wrongly. So I told them, no, please check again. But I was getting this from morning. I started getting these calls, like 4 or 5 different people called me. So I thought, okay, this is something serious. I should take a note. So so I told them it's okay if he is positive, then we would like to home quarantine because he has no symptom at all. So I told them like, let me consult with our home doctor and then we can proceed. They said no, you should go to a COVID care center at Palanganatham. You should the doctors there will physically verify him, and if he is then you can home quarantine. That's what they said. So we went to the Panganatham COVID Care Center. To my shock, it was like totally outside. So when dad had his checkup, there were 16 more patients, and I could see even small kids like 3-year-old, 4-year-old with their parents, old ones, like different age groups. And the doctor said the quarantine center, like they have at Madurai Kamaraj University, for 3 days, because they suggested like if he gets some heart issues, like you might not be able to take care of him at home. So my dad said, since we have 2 younger kids, my dad was like, okay, I'll go, because he doesn't want to transfer to any one of us. But it was a very tough situation. I mean, we didn't know, like, because we were not at all prepared for this. But I could see like 3 of our neighbors also standing over there, and none of them had symptoms. So actually we came back home, packed things, and they said they will arrange for ambulance. So my dad said, okay, I'll go in the ambulance, because it is 8 kilometers. Let us not arrange a private cab. I'll go in the ambulance with the other patients. So, but literally I didn't want him to go, because I don't know like how the center will be, how things will be managed, because he has no symptoms at all. So if someone with symptoms staying near him, what will happen to him? That so many things were going on in the mind, but he was very sure, because he was very afraid that he doesn't want others to get infected. So what happened was, the ambulance came, and the first patient to get in was like he was very sick. So the very, on seeing him, my dad also said no, he will not go. So both of us decided like we'll go back home, and my brother said like we can have a retest at a private lab. So we tested, and the next day we got it as negative, but he was exposed for 2 hours over there. So the next day I called one of my friend who is a government doctor. Then he told me, are you mad? Why couldn't you call you a day before? It is not mandatory that you should go and visit there. It is you should have decided. You should have told them that let me consult my family doctor. So, but luckily, yeah, he completed the quarantine at home, and he was perfectly fine. So I thought, okay, but the worst thing was, I was hearing from all my friends, like many of my friends, relatives, especially one of my friend, actually just a few days before my dad tested positive, his dad had also tested positive, not just him, his dad, him and his brother. So I actually forgot to call him. I called him after 2-3 days. So I got a news that his father expired. I just couldn't believe it, because he was just 62, and he was hale and healthy. He was diabetic, but otherwise he had no health issues at all, and he had not gone out at all. He left, he had been out for just a single day, but he got infected. What happened was, that was the time when we were getting the news that hospital beds are getting filled. We are not having hospital beds. So they couldn't find a bed in a private hospital. So they got him admitted in the government hospital. Yes, luckily they got the bed, and they got the oxygen cylinders arranged. Everything was fine. And the worst part is that he was actually vaccinated, but still he was infected. And the thing is, my friend told like he couldn't take that oxygen, because he felt like it was burning he had that burning sensation. And doctors said like, even if you are vaccinated and you have oxygen support, still it depends on the patient, because what kind of antibodies how his immune system is, and how well he can handle it. Because there were some patients who were in the oxygen support for 10 days and still they came back. So that was the time. And in the first week of June, my father was out of the quarantine, but still we had this fear, because in the first week of June, we got a circular from our apartment that there are like almost
Looks like Ma
50.
Aishwarya.
And I
Yes,
put
Ma.
here, yes, ma.
Yes, Ma.
Yeah,
Yeah, please say. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I heard from many of my friends, like sisters, friends, but I couldn't believe how can it be just 450 because we were quarantined for the first week because our apartment whole, because they felt it's going to be in the containment zone because we have to quarantine. You shouldn't go.
Aishwarya, just to sorry to interrupt. Just for our viewers to know, I just sorry to interrupt, but I was saying just for our viewers to know how outside the situation, as Aishwarya is describing, there is so much of people getting infected, and when you go to check whether you are infected or not, you get infected there. When you go to the hospital to cure yourself, there is a possibility of infection there. So much of insecurity that is outside. People and constantly are hearing news about people getting infected, people dying, people succumbing to this infection, hospital beds not being available. That's the situation that is out there. And here in Adi Kailash, Swamiji is giving such a wonderful ambience where kids and the family, everybody is aligning to the spiritual routine, being in one of the most safe ambience. So Ma Aishwarya, just to summarize, as we are getting late for our next segment, coming from Madurai, where the situation is like that, to Adi Kailash. As you entered Adi Kailash and your first 2 days in Adi Kailash, how did you feel? If you want to summarize your experience in 2 lines.
Yes, ma. So I felt very safe because my sister Maitri Solai, she got blessings from PARASHAKTI. So PARASHAKTI blessed us, like she's going to be there with us and Nanmaye Nadakkum. So it was like we were very sure like this is the journey that we shouldn't delay anymore, because I was contemplating like, okay, let dad finish the quarantine, then I'll go, because when Swamiji said on 23rd, I just wanted to go, but dad had to finish his quarantine and then we were self-quarantined. So on 8th, so we started on 10th. So the one thing I was a bit worried was how I am going to manage the quarantine period with the kids. But they were extremely understanding and they were extremely cooperative, and everything went so well. I had imagined outside I had, what will happen? Like if I get infected or if my neighbor is infected, how will I know? Like I had no other issue at all. It was only the food. Okay, it should be 2, like morning, breakfast, lunch, or it should be 2 and 3, something like that. That was the only problem I had. And
wow. And in Adi Kailash, when you are in quarantine, the meals gets actually delivered to where you are. So you don't even have to go out for your meals. You can just sit in your room and you can just tell how many meals and what time you want, and the volunteers actually deliver the meals to your place, and then you just go out of the room and pick up the meals that are kept outside for you, packed and boxed. So thank you so much, Aishwarya, and as we're getting late for our next segment, we will be moving on. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for coming and joining us today. It was really, really nice to come in. Here, come and hear you share about how your kids are beautifully aligning this program as we are observing the Hindu Persecution Awareness Month in July 2021. We have been sharing with you over the past few days the attacks on the very ancient enlightenment ecosystems and the various Kailasas by the anti-Hindu elements and the Hindu Dharma. So the next segment, let's enter into. I now invite Masada Shupriya to give us an introduction.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Nityanandam. And welcome to all the viewers as we are entering into the next segment. the Nazi flight carriers, literally the flight army that they had been bombing cities over and over again. And they would just throw the bombs over the cities and do that over and over again. And it'll entirely displace the community living in those areas. It'll destroy the inhabitable, and no person there would be able to live and be able to survive after their attacks. Now, this particular tactic is called blitzkrieg, and it is well known in the World War II as one of the tactics that they used, that the brutal Nazi forces had used to eliminate entire Jewish villages, entire Jewish counties, and literally just wipe them out as a whole. Today, we are presenting to you the attacks against the Adi Kailasha Sarvagnapeetham, where in a very similar way, not just over a few months or a few years, but 2 decades, we have seen continuous forms of never once having a break in the attack kingdom. Now today, just in the previous segment, we heard 2 beautiful sharings of people who are benefiting from Adi Kailas Sarvagnapeetham as their new home, as the Kailasa COVID Care Center. And yet, we have seen how over the last just 10 years, if you see, how over and over again, without a break, there have been so many attacks where firebombs were sent inside, were targeted at the residents of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where raids were executed by the anti-Hindu militant forces. The henchmen of the anti-Hindu militant forces were jumping over the gate and bypassing destroying all types of security footage and bypassing, implant different criminal evidences and trying to pose as if there is something criminal going on in the Adinam. Yet, when there is, of course, trying to search or trying to had literally stolen millions of dollars of worth of digital equipment and literally burned and destroyed the hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where we have stored his words, his books, his satsangs, and his photographs. His decades long of hard work. They literally, in the name of investigation, they stole these different types of hard drives. This peaceful monastery where the Supreme safe ecosystem for us to live Hindu lifestyle. Because of the raids that the anti-Hindu militant forces were threatening with. This is just an overview where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had built his entire empire and the revived the entire sovereign order of Kailasa in India, a stop to the different raids, the media investigation of the Adi Kailasha, of the attacks against the Adi Kailasha Sarvagnapeetham are still felt today. Even until today, until May 2021 this year, as many of you know, the Adi Kailasha Sarvagnapeetham had received threats of bio-war and had literally gotten mysterious and extremely suspicious packages. All of these details are what the Adi Kailasha Sarvagnapeetham administrators are going to be explaining to each and every one of us in detail on how this is going to be working, how this has worked, what they had plotted, what they had conspired to do, and on the other side, what the Adi Kailasha Sarvagnapeetham is working to contribute to the world. To begin, I'd like to first give a brief introduction to the Adi Kailasha Sarvagnapeetham, the Adhinam that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had revived. In fact, this great land is the abode of Nityanandeshwara Kalpa Vriksha, and the very biomemory of Paramashiva himself in the form of a vast, beautiful, peaceful banyan tree. Even Bhagavan Sri Krishna says that among all of the trees, he is the banyan tree, meaning that the banyan tree is worshipped as the most sacred in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And not only that, the Kalpa Vriksha is referred to in many different scriptures, including the Kamikagama, in the Guru Gita, in the Puranas, as having come out of the churning of the Milky Ocean. In the great Puranas, there is an incident, a beautiful narration and happening, a cosmic happening that is known as the churning of the Milky Ocean, which is mapped to the creation of the entire Milky Way galaxy. And in this creation, in this happening, the Kalpa Vriksha, this divine tree, came out of the churning, came out of the ocean as the Devas and Asuras were churning the entire ocean. And you can easily find these references on YouTube and Google if you see about the churning of the Milky Ocean and the source of the Kalpa Vriksha tree. And in the Guru Gita, beautifully, it is described how under the temple of the banyan tree, the Kalpa Vriksha, Paramashiva and Parameshwari or PARASHAKTI are sitting, and in that beautiful ambience, Paramashiva gives the secrets to PARASHAKTI on the secret to living and enlightenment. And not only that, in the Ramayana, it is told and narrated by the great sage Valmiki how Rama, the Lord Rama, the great king of Ayodhya and the incarnation of Mahavishnu, had come to this very land near Ramanagara, and they had all of the Sapta Rishis were there, and the Sapta Rishis, who are the great devotees of Lord Shiva, had invited Lord Rama to receive the darshan of Paramashiva. And in the presence of Paramashiva, Lord Rama received all the knowledge, the sacred knowledge of the Upanishad. Later on, after the entire exile and after the Pattabhishekam of Bhagavan Sri Rama, he returned to this very Kalpavriksha tree, and he dictated to Hanuman, his disciple Hanuman, about the Muktikopanishad, which is today the 108 Upanishad of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Now, in this very land, the banyan tree that exists is the very reflection of that cosmic Kalpa Vriksha. And it is, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared, and we worship it as the energy and embodiment of Paramashiva himself. Under this tree are the incarnations, the samadhis of incarnations, previous incarnations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And this banyan tree, this great embodiment of Paramashiva, is the very tree where all the previous incarnations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, including Bhagavan Sri Venkateshwara, Madurai Meenakshi, Devi Meenakshi, and the Ardhangani, the form of Paramashiva in both the male and female, all of them had come to this tree and interacted, played out their divine leelas in this very land. And in fact, this very land had a great temple, an ecosystem around the temple, but it was destroyed during the Mughal invasions. And it was on this very land that the future of Sanatana Hindu Dharma would be revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In the year 2002, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had after searching this land and of Hinduism, that the land that he had a vision of was finally revealed. And in so many different ways, even the landowner had a dream that Paramashiva should tell, or had a dream of Paramashiva telling him that he should give this land to his own form, his own incarnation, who is in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So Pontiff of Hinduism had celebratorily inaugurated the Adi Kailasha Sarvagna Peetham. And in this very land, so many different services began to immediately start, whether it is Annadhan, the revival of the Hindu temples, the sacred arts, university, the Nityananda Annalaya, every single different department of Kailasa began in this very sacred space. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had consecrated in so many different forms in this land. So without further ado, I'd like to invite the history, the contributions of the Adi Kailasha Sarvagna Peetham in brief, and then please tell us about the subsequent attacks against the Adinam of Adi Kailasha Sarvagna Peetham. Now, we'll be continuing on with this segment of today's program of the persecution and attacks against the Adi Kailasha Sarvagna Peetham after a very quick break.
Shivoham
Nityananda. Welcome back to all of the viewers. Joining with me now is Ma Nitya Achalananda Swami to present the persecution against the Adi Kailasha Sarvagna Peetham today. Also here is Ma Nitya Pranapriyananda. Now, I just, yes, thank you, Ma. We had just finished the presenting to each and everyone about the Kailasa COVID care centers that is ongoing right now, the most impactful solutions to the ongoing pandemic. And on contrast, today we are presenting what has happened against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham. So I'd like to invite both of you respectfully to please narrate about how this started from 2010 and how Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham, as the ship which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had really worked for more than 2 decades to build up, how it remained as basically one of the places where the brute force was executed by the anti-Hindu militant forces.
Yes, actually, to kind of recap, the Adi Kailasa ship, as Bhagwan said and as Devi PARASHAKTI revealed, was in construction, literally to speak, for more than a decade. Literally, as we know, the ship was planned for this oncoming pralaya, and had it not been for the really unfortunate event of the anti-Hindu militant terrorists literally driving away the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism into statelessness and exiling him into statelessness, we would really have had probably this pralaya not even being felt by humanity. Yes, whatever course of events are destined may have happened, but it probably would have been with as minimal impact as possible to humanity. And we all know, as Devi again and again is repeating with so much of care and concern, as what one would say, that even though captain is not there, the ship is there. And as Bhagwan also said, and as Devi said, if the Padayatra that was planned for 2020, all the way from Kanyakumari to the northern tip of Bharat and Kashmir, if that had happened, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, along with his 10,000 sannyasis, visiting all the pilgrimage places, the sacred places, and if that had happened, then whatever karma, negative karma accumulated collectively by humanity, by the abuse we have all done to Bhuma Devi, to the planet Earth, would have been mitigated or washed away had the holy feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nityananda Paramashivam, been there on this space and place of Bharat. Surely the Kirmi Bhojanam, the Naraka, would not have been able to land on this planet. Because as the Shastra Pramanas also say, as long as enlightened beings, avatars, incarnations are alive and assume their body again and again on planet Earth, the planet Earth will be alive. And if that tradition, if that happening is broken, then planet Earth cannot survive. So it's a very simple logic, so to speak, in that. And all it needed was the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to be here on this, in this place of Bharat, and we would have been seeing a completely different face of the corona pandemic. And what really took, how this whole space of Adi Kailasa, the Adi Kailasa ship, the pristine beginnings from the ancient times, one should really have a glimpse of it to see what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done to make this beautiful Adhikailasa-ship happen, right from the time of supervising down to the last detail. The divine deities, Nityanandeshwara, Nityanandeshwari, who occupy the Garbha Mandir in the Adhikailasa Sarvadipita, to energizing to the Kodi Padayatra, which had a crore, that is 10 million eyes, having the darshan of the living Achavataras of Nityanandeshwara, Nityanandeshwari. All this, when one sees only, one can really understand the depth of the statement that Devi PARASHAKTI revealed. That is, Adhikailasa ship that I was working to make happen through her Nijavatara Nityananda, and how that Adhikailasa ship has evolved, and what it took, literally his, for lack of better words, sweat and blood and energy and everything poured into this happening. Let us see just this visual representation of these humble beginnings of Adhikailasa Sarvadipita.
Yes, Ma, and I also wanted to even mention how not only in the amount of sacred sciences that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived in this land through the consecration of the Garbha and the revival of the deity worship and the consecration of Nityanandeshwara, Nityanandeshwari, Vaidya Sarovar, and the making literally of the Navapashana 21-foot tall Navapashana Linga, as well as the consecration of Mahakala Bhairava at the front gate. Not only this, but also creating a hub where so many thousands of people every single year would be coming and having literally a super conscious breakthrough.
Kodikan Radayatra happened, and much before that, when the preparation for the same happened, as directly the first stone that had them embedded directly, the first cut done by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And how today the deities, Nityanandeshwara, Nityanandeshwari, the Kalpa Vriksha, the sacred banyan tree, and the 21 feet Navapashana Linga that is gracing the Vaidya Sarovar, and the rare combination of the 1008 Ayurvedic herbs and the Navapashana that went into the making, and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism actually did the whole guidance of the making of the Navapashana, right from the mixing to the manifestation in the form of the 21 feet Shivalinga. Everything prepared in preparation really for this COVID-19 pandemic that the whole world is facing today. And honestly, as we saw in the previous segments, has no clue how to handle, be it the governments or the non-profit sectors, social service organizations, humanitarian services, everybody at a loss to really see how to curtail and control this pandemic. And as Devi said, the only solution for that is the Adi Kailasa ship and the various de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa across the world. Now, because of this promise, and amongst other things, the promise that Adi Kailasa held for the Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham held for the whole world in the form of either the grace of the temple, the Kalpavriksha, or the Gurukul, which is literally the incubator of special beings, as Bhagavan says, who right from their childhood are brought up directly in this divine presence, and hence power manifestation being a way of life for them, to the various ways in which Bhagavan has empowered, especially the women folk, the female bodies, whether in terms of administration or in temple services, giving them not just equality as a modern world would demand, but really their unique position. And as one saw in the report directly by the United Nations, where it is recognizing the first time an international body like the United Nations recognizing persecution has been done to Hindus and Hinduism. And finally, the world is coming to know of something called persecution done to Hinduism. So Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham is actually one of the worst hit, I would say, in terms of this persecution, whether it was done on the women folk, or on the Gurukul children, or on the temple, or on the Vaidya Sarovar. This is all on top of the blatant assassination attempts that were done on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, like directly trying to burn him alive in his very own quarters in 2010 in the wake of the morph video that was spread virally about him, denigrating him, and using that as a justification to literally burn him alive and telecast that live on television. Something that anybody would just be shocked to hear about, that too happening in the so-called 21st century. But that's what Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham has been witness to. And really, this is on one hand a standing testimony to the will persistence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in terms of giving to humanity the best that and the ultimate that he keeps giving. And also because of that inspiration derived by the followers, the sannyasis, the monks, the nuns of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, also trying to embody in the same in whatever way they can.
Right. Yes, ma'am. And we have so much of the footage that was absolutely horrifying to see, even of the charcoal, literally what was left of the places of attack that the anti-Hindu militants had directed their attack, especially the very place where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his residence, as well as many of the surrounding huts and the surrounding places. Every place was absolutely destroyed. And I actually found it very shocking was when I was hearing about this, reading about what actually happened, that in the media, even up until 20 minutes before the actual attacks, and suddenly when we were witnessing the attacks, the media was already projecting that there was certain attacks going on in the Adinam, and we were receiving phone calls inside of the Adinam saying that, okay, what's going on? And many of us didn't know until 20 minutes later, or just a little bit later, we're seeing suddenly the whole Adinam is on fire, smoke is in the air, and we have absolutely, we and being on the inside, we have absolutely no idea about it. But somehow in the media, they were already projecting, they were already showing that this was going on. This clearly shows that this was a planned attack, and the media mafia had such strong influence in how they were literally trying to show the entire thing and trying to execute their plans, essentially, in the attacks against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in this direct assassination attempt against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We were seeing how just this absolutely tragic and devastation that was ongoing on this ancient Hindu kingdom and the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapitam, where thousands of people have found peace and found so much of spiritual upliftment, was suddenly set on fire. And so many of the Adinavasis, everyone is running around helter-skelter, not understanding, not knowing what to do, essentially. And as you were sharing even a couple of days before, if you could also share about how at that time, what was the immediate response of the of everyone there, and how did we try to navigate in that situation as someone who was actually there during the attack?
Over the last decade, the Adi Kailasa Nityananda Sarvagnapitam has been attacked by these anti-Hindu elements and anti-Guru Hindu media mafia and the neo-Hindutva elements in multiple ways. They have attacked these monastery complex because this is the source of the whole entire mission that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism took forward to the world, and so many services were all initiated from the Sarvagnapitam. So they deployed various strategies, including lawfare that happened in 2010, massive character assassination that was done by the media mafia, and sexual assaults conducted on the female monks on various occasions, whether it is in 2020 or 2010 or 2012, in various other occasions, these anti-Hindu elements stormed into the campus, attacked the female monks and assaulted them, making them feel weak, making them feel helpless and shrink. The whole idea that was deployed by these anti-Hindu elements is to marginalize and isolate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and therefore they can conduct or execute their assassination attempt. So that was a sinister plan, and that continued over the years. Over the time frame of 10 years, this ongoing persecution happened. So whether it is in terms of lawfare or multiple false arrests, illegal arrests, whether it is assaulting the female monks, character assassination, in all ways, in all other ways, these anti-Hindu elements attacked and destroyed this Adi Kailasa Nityananda Sarvagnapitam, and time and again, due to the persistent efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and with his guidance, the community of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism came together and rebuilt time after time. And every time they rebuilt, these anti-Hindu elements came up with a new strategy, new lawfare, and new persecution attempt and try to destroy it. That is what we've been observing for the last 10 years, over the 10 years. And even recently in 2021, now a few months before, a biohazard weapon, biowar weapon was deployed in this Adi Kailasa Sarvanya Peetham for destroying the efforts, noble efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in opening his Kailasas as the centers for COVID protection. So especially when India was struggling to meet the demands, whether it is infrastructure-wise or medical needs-wise, so many other ways people were struggling to ensure that they are safe with their family. So at that time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened the doors of Kailasa for people to come and stay and feel safe. So when this noble effort was done by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Kailasians, when number of people started approaching the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers, that is when the anti-Hindu elements deployed this biowar weapon on the Sarvanya Peetham to destroy these efforts. So this is a very recent news that we are sharing, but this has been the case in many occasions over the last 10 days.
Yes, ma'am. Continuously happening, whether it is in the form of loot and anti-Hindu trying to sneak in and loot the various different resources, including the temple deities, and in the name of investigation, even coming inside and brutally assaulting the Adinavasis, making it the most brutal attack on the 3rd of March 2010. Then after that, and the subsequent days in the following month, as we saw, literally the entire campus was continuously being broadcasted in the media. Even people were trying to implant the various different things that they were trying to aim on us, like, for example, trying to implant even illicit drugs and different types of illegal activities, trying to and make it show as if we had things. Then blatantly media literally trying to show that all these, and lying that all this was going on, and there was so much, there were so many crimes happening on the inside. In these different ways, Adi Kailasa Sarvanya Peetham, even in 2010, had so many false cases filed in the name of even illegal, and ensuring that the exact Hindu practices were entirely twisted, and they were, for those very reasons, attacked and targeted. And even we have seen in the media how they have, how they tried to show as if the sacred ritual, the sacred intense tapas of Pancha Tapas that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started after 53 days in prison. After he started that in the media, how they ridiculed, spread so much of hate speech, spread so many lies about one simple penance that he was doing. And many people do not know that why he was doing this Panchatapas in Adi Kailasa Sarvanya Peetham was in order to heal all of the victims of the anti-Hindu militant forces who had undergone so much of assault, rape, sexual abuse in different forms when the raids and attacks happened in 2010 in the Adinam. And however, on the outside, what they were showing is as if yet another criminal activity was going on. And they just spread these lies and hate speech in the media to continue trying their relentless persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma that he was successfully up until that point doing. And all of these attacks had put so much of strain, entirely diverted the resources of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, of this grand revival, from spreading, enriching more and more people across the world, into trying to constantly defend ourselves. Just like in the Somanath temple in hundreds of years ago, how 17 times Mughal invasions had destroyed the temple. Every single time we rebuilt and we reconstructed, again, yet again, it was destroyed. In the same way, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously spent time in rebuilding, spent time in trying to build up the infrastructure. They would again and again deploy attacks, deploy different kinds of attacks, and distract the resources, all of the attention, all the energy, the power, the resources, into trying to reconstruct, trying to rebuild the work that he has done already, instead of enriching and expanding. In 2012, we saw another brutal attack against the Adinam, which actually escalated into never before seen acts again that were executed by even state-sponsored elements that was entirely unprecedented and was shocking, to the point that they would publicly announce such illegal acts. And foremost was how the CM of Karnataka had announced that they were going to seize the entire Adinam, the Adi Kailasha Sarvagnapeetham, and they were not, and this was, first of all, an entirely illegal act that they were doing. And after that, they had sealed the entire Adinam, and where even all of the doors and the rooms and everything were locked. The Adinavasis were not able to even do even their basic worship every day, not able to congregate in larger gatherings. And in so many different ways, the state-sponsored elements and the anti-Hindu militant forces had worked together to continue oppressing all of the Kailashians inside of Adi Kailash. And the raids that happened in this time were escalated. So many of the administrators of Adi Kailash were even hospitalized and had to undergo surgical procedures for healing from the attacks. Not only that, we had seen so many different brutal violence executed against the women sannyasis of Adi Kailash. As we see over the years, in 2010, in 2012, in 2014, even 2017, in every single year, some form or another, there have been attacks filed against the Adi Kailasha Sarvagnapeetham. And as you can see here, one of the media personnel, a disguised media personnel, trying to attempt a direct assassination attempt against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Adi Kailasha Sarvagnapeetham. And immediately after this, after distracting the attention away from everyone by creating chaos and trying to directly breach the security of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and attempt to assassinate him, a huge deploy of an army of people, henchmen, had jumped over the gates and raided the Adinam and literally destroyed so many properties. And after that had ensued a a series of attacks against the monastery, against the Adi Kailash Sarvagnapeetham, against the monks, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. As we can see, in this way, the Adi Kailash Sarvagnapeetham had undergone the worst of the attacks against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It's the very palace and the very residence of the Supreme Pontiff of himself. And in this way, we have seen how, as an example of all of the heritage destruction that they have done for the last 1,000 years, it has literally escalated and been shown here as an example as what has happened against the Adi Kailasha Sarvagnapeetham. This ultimately is a reason why we really need to share the untold story of the Hindu Holocaust, because continuously these attacks have been happening, as Ma Pranapriya had just shared, even until this year in 2021, a attempt to start bio warfare against the Adi Kailash, the Kailashians in Adi Kailash was deployed against the Adinam. And we have seen so many different attacks like this happen again and again. I request all the viewers, take a few minutes right now and please share the UN report where the UN has finally recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And with more and more people who are voicing out and sharing this news and sharing the reality of what's happening with Hindus all over the world, we have more and more of a chance to ensure that the Hindu Holocaust finally ends and we revive the ancient Hindu civilization. This brings us to a conclusion of today's segment on the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Please join us for the subsequent segments as we are observing the Hindu Holocaust Persecution the Hindu Persecution Awareness Month in the month of July. And in the next segments, we'll be continuing to present to you exactly the happenings of everything going on inside of the Adinam and the untold story of the Hindu Holocaust. With this, we'll now move forward with the next segment in today's program, the power manifestation and Kailasa courtyard session. Thank you. We'll now be ending with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadhaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sarvam Bhagavantam Sri Nityananda Paramashiva Charan Kamalebhyo Namaha. Thank you, Nityanandam.
Shivoham Om Nityananda
Jnanapatati Manual under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattamasyadi Lakshya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones, ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I've added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive.
Beautifully, Bhagavan said, what is power manifestation? Power manifestation is becoming alive, the cognitive shift in you that you are not just the matter, you are also consciousness. You are Paramashiva. The very existence, the very core who you are comes to alive as manifestation. This is a science. That's why it is repeatable. It is doable for each and every person. Every human can have a conscious breakthrough in the humanity. Science of power manifestation is supported by the pramanas, the evidences, the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural references, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of the Aptas, the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanama, Alvars, Siddhas. All of them are authority of Hinduism, manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Atma Prams of each power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leelas. Bhagavan himself has manifested all the powers of Paramashiva as per the Shastra and as per the Apta Pramana. The Shakshi Pramana, experience of the millions of disciple, devotees, followers all around the world initiated by Bhagavan into the science of power manifestation. Bhagavan has beautifully said, whoever comes to the Kailash courtyard, I myself, the presence can be experienced and manifest as powers. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Again and again, he brings us to the conscious space to make us understand that we are consciousness. And more we start engaging ourselves as consciousness instead of engaging with our fear and greed. We are in the enlightened state, and that becomes our reality. Bhagavan has beautifully given us all message powers, and this is the perfect time to manifest powers of Paramashiva. So beautiful. Now let's go to the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana are from the Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.15. This is for the power of mind reading, scriptural reference for the power of mind reading. So beautiful. Bhagavan gives us a power.
The Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.15. Hridaye दर्शनं हृदये चित्तसंघातद् दृश्य
is united into the core of consciousness. Every observer or objective phenomenon, even either we are observing the object. Again and again, the very source who we are starts experiencing. It puts us into the deep sleep. It puts us into the space of a dream and wakes us up in the morning. The very space can put us into the consciousness and show us that these whatever we are experiencing is a bigger dream that we are dreaming in. And the way we perceive the reality is of oneness. How the pure mantra, same way the pure space of manifestation, the consciousness, the Paramashiva space is the very essence how we exist. We can manifest as matter. We can manifest as a reality, a consciousness. It is up to us to perceive it, how we want to manifest. Simply by the oneness of Paramashiva, we can experience the higher signs. And how does it happen? Bhagavan beautifully says how we can merge into oneness. How when we are wearing the shoe and the shoe fits, we forget the leg. When we wear a crown, when the crown fits, we forget the head. Same way, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, when he saw two fishermen, he was so much engrossed in the oneness that one fisherman hit the other fisherman. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa cries and they see a big mark at the back of him and such a big wound created. Even a blade of grass is cut and somebody stamps on it. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, he used to shout in pain. The oneness that he experienced was phenomenal, that how he forgot that existence of his body. He literally became what he saw as the reality, merged into oneness and simply manifested the higher reality. He says how beautiful to Bharata Samaj, Bhakta Samaj, head, Keshav, he said how the formless, he was talking only about the formless, how the formless takes a form. He gave an example of how the water can simply become the ice when you are making it solidified in a shape, in a possibility. Same way, if you solidify your space of oneness with Paramashiva, you can materialize anything into reality. That is the power of oneness. Tukaram saint was the greatest saint of his times. Shivaji was the greatest success and the greatest warrior because he had an enlightened master to guide him. Tukaram always guided him to the ultimate space. Once Shivaji was supposed to be killed and all of them surrendered him in Panduranga temple where Shivaji was chanting. And Tukaram said, don't move, don't go anywhere, just keep chanting. Like how Bhagavan has given now, continue chanting and you will manifest your auspiciousness and conscious sovereignty. And the same way, Shivaji was sitting and he was chanting and he did not move. All the enemies got together and wanted to kill him. They came inside. Everybody they saw was Shivaji. And suddenly they saw the Panduranga actually as Shivaji runs out of the Garbha Mandir and they chase him. Can they chase Bhagavan? And they chase him and try to kill him. he became multiple and killed everybody. And all the enemies also are gone. And he got the message, Shivaji got the message, not only he's safe, but all the enemies are also killed and completely destroyed. Panduranga takes care of anything, any form, any way, any possibility to manifest our reality. When we forget ourselves and merge into the oneness space, anything is possible when you merge into the oneness with Paramashiva. The Paramashiva in your space is quantum, and it is greater than the nuclear power. Bhagavan says you can manifest any reality, any auspiciousness. Now let's go to Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana, how Adi Shankaracharya, he scanned his mother's last wish that she wanted to see Narayana in Vaikunta Loka before she dies. And he grants the wish and she gets the darshan of Narayana. And then she leaves her body. Beautifully, this is given in the Shankara's official website. All these great truths that Bhagavan is giving us again and again, how we can merge into oneness when we are in deep love and romance with our Guru, surrendering ourselves and merging into the higher space of reality, much beyond the words and the forms that we understand as love or even merging, just becoming oneness with the ultimate. Bhagavan beautifully explains that.
The feeling of what can I give was such a beautiful connecting.
In saint named Kannappar, it's a very beautiful story. That saint, he sees a Shivalinga in a place called Kalahasti in Andhra Pradesh, and he just falls in love with the deity. He's just in love with the deity, with Shiva. And the story says Shiva wanted to test his devotion, and in the Shivalinga the eye was carved. From the eye the blood started oozing out. This Kannappar tried all the herbal medicines and everything to heal him, heal the eyes, nothing worked out. He's a hunter, so he knows only one method, eye for eye will heal the eye. So he just removes his own eye and replaces it the place of Shiva's eye. The story says the first eye bleeding stopped, and immediately within a few minutes the next eye started bleeding, and he is not bothered. He was ready to give even the second eye. But before taking his second eye, he suddenly remembered, if I take my second eye, I'll become blind. How will I find out where to fix the eye? Where the Shiva's eye is there? So he puts his leg on the second eye of Shiva as a mark. Then he removes his second eye to fix on the Shiva's eye. At that moment, Shiva appears and gives darshan and gives him enlightenment and Shiva Padavi. Shiva's Ayujya, we call it, means becoming one with Shiva. Very beautiful story. The love became meditation. That love for Shiva, whole day he was living in meditation. That is why he just feels, what can I give, what can I give, what can I give? I can understand that Kannappa's feeling, because I went through that same feeling with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. It was such a strong experience.
Beautifully.
The deep love simply becomes meditation. And real meditation just becomes love in you.
Beautifully, Bhagavan gives us such great space of manifesting powers. Here in Shakshi Pramana, the devotees clearly describe how the mind reading happened and how they manifested the powers of Paramashiva. Beautifully explained. Now let's go to the guidelines and set up your video camera on your cell phone so that you can record the whole thing, or you can take a picture. If you have Jnananjan in your Kantamala, apply in your third eye and your temples. If you have a partner, that will be wonderful. So because you're going to scan their mind, do a mind reading of their likes and dislikes. What is that likes and dislikes? The engagement of their incompletions and the completions. Basically, whatever they are engaged. And all these are the ones which are little screens. When we open that, and simply Paramashiva can flow through you, so beautiful. Bhagavan says, collective integrity is when you complete others with the powers of 4 tattva. You are complete in you and you expand in the higher consciousness.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pool, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Jnanandam Paramashivam. 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 Om Jnanandam Paramashivam.
So beautiful. Whatever you have experienced as your reality by chanting the Mahavakya, please make sure authentically you verify the details, and whatever prasada that you have received, 5 things to 10 things are correct, then you have manifested the powers of Paramashiva. If you just experience the Kundalini or just 1 or 2 is correct, that's good. You started manifesting, start celebrating the manifestation. You will start manifesting more powers. How when we are small, we are very clear that we will walk, we will talk, we will do everything. Same way, Paramashiva is real. Consciousness is the way of existence beyond the birth and death cycle, and each of us can experience that, and that is what Bhagavan has come down to make us understand. If we understand the higher science, how we exist as consciousness, as Paramashiva, the quantum space, how the quantum energy works, it can manifest anywhere, it can become 2, it can appear anything that in our dream pretty much works like a quantum. Same way, all of us can create the dream in our reality if we understand that we are consciousness who's creating this body and who's creating all the things around us, and whatever we perceive in our reality is also part of that. And that is why Bhagavan says, if you take the responsibility, you will understand the higher science, higher reality, who you are. Like somebody tells you, you are the princess, you are the prince. and you take the responsibility, you can manifest what you want. That is exactly how responsibility in life, for whatever happens in your life, as you are responsible. When you take that, you understand that whole thing that exists is nothing but your projection. Why did you project? How did you project? We don't have any answer, but you have projected unconsciously, consciously, whatever, but you have projected it. So taking that responsibility, you can stop projecting what you're projecting and create a higher consciousness, just to merge in Paramashiva, just to reside at his lotus feet. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya and scan for the likes and dislikes of others, doing a mind reading, removing all their engagement in anything other than Paramashiva also removes in us all the incompletion. It is easy to see in somebody's plate what it is than ours. So same way, we are more clear that when we clear their plate, actually it is our plate also. So we understand that higher science, how it exists. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Sit straight, put away your gadgets, put away your thoughts, and just be in the oneness with Paramashiva. Let him manifest all the auspiciousness and abundance in you. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya for the power of mind reading.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varani open up. Nityananda Paramashivam. Nityananda Paramashivam. Nityananda Paramashivam. Nityananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all of our third eyes. Nityananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all of our third eye. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Jnananda Paramashivam.
So beautifully, we have experienced the oneness with Paramashiva. Whatever prasada you have received, please share it in tinyurl.com/manifestation. Again, when you chant the Mahavakya and experience the oneness and the powerful cognition and all that Bhagavan is showering on you, auspiciousness and abundance, please take 5 minutes to share for it to become existential reality. All that has to become reality in you is by sharing in your social media and tagging to your friends and family. They are the ones who are the reflection of you. When you solve their problems, they simply manifest your reality. So with that, let's thank Bhagavan for all the greatest truth, powerful cognition and power manifestation for us. Let's surrender all this to Bhagavan's lotus feet and in deep gratitude and earning, ask Bhagavan to manifest Paramashiva as your existential reality. So with that, let's thank Bhagavan and end the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam. Thank you so much. See you again after the next satsang. Sorry, the YouTube had technical difficulties, so we are doing it on the Facebook. We'll be back on the YouTube soon. Thank you, Nityanandam.
Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham.